Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello everyone, Ozokrit here, she, her pronouns. Voicing Ping Su, also she, her pronouns. Thanks y'all for having me. Today we are doing Mario Kart Double Dash 100%. That means we are doing all 20 cups available in the game. You have Mushroom Cup, Flower Cup, Star Cup, Special Cup, and All Cup Tour on 50cc, 100cc, 150cc, and Mirror Mode. I do not have any co-commentators on today. Sometimes I'll have one, but this run is just too long to have anyone want to stick around the entire time. Anyways, I am going to engage with the chat as best as I can. I do have y'all visible, although I might be on a slight delay, we'll see. Anyways, let's see here. Thanks for all of you wishing me good luck in the chat. For the person timing the run, we are going to start the timer when I hit OK on the first cup. And we are going to hit end time when I cross the finish line on the last track I play. And I will give a heads up when that's happening, and I will give a countdown before I start the game. Now then, we are going to start on 150cc because that is where the best cart in the game is found. Barrel Train. We are going to want that ASAP. So in order to do that, we start with 150cc Star Cup. We go 150cc Star Cup, 100cc Star Cup to unlock Special Cup. We do 150cc Special Cup to unlock All Cup Tour, and then we go in order from there. Timer will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I don't really have too much to talk about specifically, but if anyone wants to talk to me in general or just ask questions, I am more than willing to answer when I can. I will try to explain some of the basics as we are going over at the start. Get that out of here. Fake item boxes are the worst item to get in the game. I do not want them because they don't block any enemy projectiles, and I just risk running into them if they're on the track. Is there a useful two-player category to this game, or is it just not that useful? Co-op is useful in certain instances. Like, you can get a better start boost with co-op, and you can steal opponents' items. But it is tough to find people to play co-op with in this game, especially for such a long run. It's not an official category. But if people want to run co-op, they are more than welcome to. Should have started like a shock counter somewhere. Shock counter, blue shell counter. That'd been funny. Anyways, you can think of this run as really just a whole bunch of aisles. Because nothing you do from one track really carries over to the next other than your starting position. So your goal is just be as fast as possible on every track and shake off any mistakes as quick as you can because it won't affect the next race. I do want to bump that for a shroom. Ideally, I'd want to have less head-on contact. Yeah, those little mushroom cars here provide mushrooms that fall onto the ground opposite of where you hit them. For any of these traffic tracks, there's 2 traffic tracks in the game, you will see me angling and trying to get these mushrooms as much as I can. There, that's a better hit. That's a better hit. What I really want is at least 2 protection items at all times. But if I can get triple green shells, which is one of our special items, then I'm really cooking because I have a lot more protection. Yep, shell in the ground. Get away with that. But yeah, Mushroom City and Mushroom Bridge are 2 very cycle-based tracks. And I missed there. So you'll see these patterns run on like cycles from the traffic. And it starts from the moment I load into the track. And blue shell number 1. Alright. Yeah, that double bomb car. We were a bit late to it because we got hit by the blue shell, but that double bomb car is a killer. Anyways. When I do this run normally on my own, I do have like a splits board. I don't think we really use splits in the marathons themselves, though. So I'll have to compare them with my old splits after the run's done. If I remember to. Yoshi Circuit's probably one of my favorite tracks in the game, just to get the lines right. I'm very good at handling these S-curves. Couldn't throw it behind me with the frickin' curve. I'm trying to show off some of these moves, but it's getting really bad spots to actually dodge these items. Alright, get the drifts going, Enzo. Drifts in this game work differently than in modern Mario Karts. You have to flick the stick left and right each time to change the color from yellow to orange to blue. And only a... Okay, there we go. That's what I was trying to do. You can dodge a red shell with a power slide if you get the boost when it's hovering behind you. Of course, it's easier to throw a shell behind you, but that's not always possible when you're on the curve. You can dodge the blue shells too, but that's literally framed... Perfect. That was a bit late on the boost, I think. Okay, so we got hit by a few items this race. Don't think I've really made any line mistakes, so 209's okay. Doing better in my practice run, at least. My practice run, I had like the worst sherbet land on my very first race. And I would have reset if not for the fact that it's practice for a marathon, and you gotta do whatever you can to finish the run in a marathon. Get out of here, fake item box. These cannon sections are very important for me because they are one of the only chances to rest my hands during this entire run. Because everything in this game can be mashed through. The cup finishing screen, the track introductions, the results screen. There's really no moment where I can sit down and, like, rest myself. Dang it. Oh, no! Frickin'. Sorry, I'm letting the pressure get to me a bit. I'm overthinking stuff. Anyways. You'll notice some tech here on DK Mountain, although it's more prominent on other tracks. God, I need to get less air on this mountain. Of course, I jump over the mushroom. Whenever you go in the air in this game, you go really, really slow. That fence post had it in for me? Yeah, it did. Yeah, no, that hitbox in the fence post is a lot bigger than it looks, as you saw. Whenever you're in the air in this game, you want to get out of the air as quick as possible. You want to get lower jumps on the ramps. You want to avoid taking some ramps just because they're so slow. And you'll see my character lean whenever I'm in the air like that for long enough. And what I'm doing is a technique known as fast falling. It doesn't really have like an official name, but that's why I call it. Whenever you hold left or right on the control stick and the drift button in the air, you fall faster. Now, granted, that was a decent time lap 1 aside. I'm just letting my own nerves get me a bit. Alright, so that's 1 cup down, 19 to go. Although, of course, some cups are going to be longer than others. Ah! Yeah, I didn't think to change my initials before this, so... $100cc Star Cup. We do this to unlock Special Cup. Although eventually we do it anyway, but this just keeps the CCs more straight once we start doing it. Gosh, dang it. You will notice some changes in the CPU behavior on this CC. You will see a lot less lightning hits, and you will see... I don't think you get blue shells at all until 150cc if the computers are using the items on you. So since the CPUs are a lot less aggressive, we can be a lot more careful about our optimization. They will throw red shells at us like you saw, but those are easier to block if they don't happen at the very start of the race like that one did. Sherbet Land is probably one of the tracks that most people say is their least favorite in this game. Sherbet Land or Dry Desert. But I've always been kind of the opposite. I really like... Gosh dang it. I really like Sherbet Land for how slippery it is. You can really get a nice rhythm going on it. And I like that the hazards on this track actually hurt you, like the freezies at the end of the lap actually freezing you instead of just tumbling you like they do in Mario Kart 8. The hardest tracks to do well in on the lower CCs are probably the traffic tracks. So Mushroom City and Mushroom Bridge. And I say that because the cycles are different. Since you're going at different speeds, you have to deal with different traffic on each of the CCs. And it's essentially like memorizing 3 or so different layouts, depending on how different it is for you. And of course, it just gets thrown more out of whack if you get hit with items in the middle of it. Okay, threw me a bit to the side, but I didn't lose much speed there, so it could have been worse. Dodged that red shell with the power slide, which is good, because that was a bad angle to throw a shell back. What's y'all's experience with Mario Kart? I've played every Mario Kart except the VR one that the arcades had. I just got Mario Kart World last week for Christmas, and it's so different from, like, what I know about Mario Kart. It just feels really weird to control for me. But then again, that could just be because I'm new to that game. Double Dash was the one I grew up on, so it's my favorite, of course. I do like Super Circuit a lot, and I do like 8 Deluxe. I also have a soft spot for Mario Kart Tour, but that's mostly because I did competitive for Mario Kart Tour, which always shocks people when I say it. They're like, what? Mario Kart Tour had a competitive scene? And I'm like, yeah, it was really easy for people to access, especially if they can't really afford Mario Kart in their country. There's like a very big Latin American and South American presence in the Mario Kart Tour community. I just think that's always interesting for like people to learn. Let's see here. Gosh, dang it. At least I got the mushroom to mostly cancel that out. Thanks for good luck, everyone who's been wishing me good luck in the chat, by the way. I do see ya. Get that fake item box out of the way so I get something that actually protects me. Ribbon Road is definitely a favorite track of mine. I do like Ribbon Road a lot. I do wonder what your opinion is on the Mario Kart 8 remake of it. I know that people are divided on whether it's better or worse than the original, although a lot of people do agree it's good. Personally, I like the Mario Kart 8 Ribbon Road, but I do miss the shortcuts that the original had, with how you could bounce on the rails and basically like skip entire sections. I do feel like that's part of why I like the older Mario Karts better than the newer ones. The newer ones just aren't as creative with the shortcuts. Although I've heard Mario Kart World's better about that. Mario Kart 8 in particular was pretty bad about being creative with its shortcuts. It was all just grass patches and off-road patches. Can't do the skip in 8's version. You just have the off-road cuts and the little side paths on the wavy road. You can't skip an entire section of the track anymore in Mario Kart 8's version, if my memory is correct. And that's a shame, because that's probably one of my favorite things about, like, Mario Kart Super Circuit. You can do some crazy shortcuts in that game. Especially with, like, a mushroom and the jump pads. Alright, let's avoid the fence this time, Oza. Yeah, no, you can't do the skip half the section shortcut. Gosh dang it. I was trying to get sideways so that I could dodge the red shell, and I hit the wall instead. I suppose online has something to do with that? I guess I could see it. It's still lame, though. I mean, other racing games have really big shortcuts in their tracks that are online. That was one of the things I liked most about the Crash Team Racing remake. You could do some crazy stuff in that game, even online. Although the online died out really quickly because it was split between consoles. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's a game struggling to balance between the stuff that made it fun in the first place and making it appeal to everyone. It's a very weird thing to, like, describe to people. Oh yeah, no, I was kind of weird as a kid. I never played the original CTR. I played Nitro Kart first, which was like the sequel. And I didn't get to experience the original CTR tracks until the remake came out. I did eventually get the original on PS1, but I still grew up with Nitro Kart, so I do have a soft spot for those tracks. It was actually the first Crash game I ever played, I believe. Alright, that was a much cleaner DK Mountain. Only time I thought racing game shortcuts were too much were in F-Zero GX, where some custom cars could fly and skip well everything. I'll admit, I really need to get into F-Zero more. I've tried F-Zero 99, and that's basically it. I've played a few games inspired by it, though. Like, Star Racer, and there's one or two others, but they aren't coming to mind immediately. Anyways, it's time for the game to slow down to a crawl. Although I think I actually forgot to do the special cup first. Oh well, I'm not keeping track of this with my splits anyway. The cup order doesn't matter too much outside of getting the barrel train. As long as you get the barrel train, the rest of the cups can be done in any order. We just do the special cup next usually for consistency's sake. Not that I'm good at being consistent with anything. While we're here, I will mention Luigi's Circuit is one of the few tracks in this game that's different on 50cc for some reason. In 50cc, there is a dividing barrier in the middle of the track that keeps it from having the most fun part of it, the fact that you can run into each other, going the opposite direction. It also removes a few shortcut options. Like in higher CCs, there are pipes here with double item boxes over on the right. And there is a path behind the chain chomp that is just sand in 50cc. And that's just always a weird concept to me, the idea that you would change the track between different speed classes. Up. Alright. Just don't snake in GX, it will destroy your hands. I can believe that. I've seen the Mario Kart DS speedrunners. Snaking hurts. There is somewhat snaking in Mario Kart Double Dash, but it's nowhere near as prevalent as it is in Mario Kart DS. Mario Kart DS, you can do that anywhere. Meanwhile, Mario Kart Double Dash, it's only really applicable in a couple areas just because of how the courses are designed and how much less beneficial it is to do. Peach Beach here is another track where we have cycles. In this case, it is the tide going in and out. And obviously, it's better for us when the tide is low, because we want to not have to deal with going around the water. This is not Mario Kart World where you can just ride on top of it. It's deep enough, it slows you down a good chunk. Like here, this is when the tide is all the way up. Which is another reason this track is so much slower on 50. Oh jeez, that Bowser shell scared me. You know, each character in this game has their own special item shared with one other character. Bowser and Bowser Jr. have the giant Bowser shells that you see sometimes hurtling towards me and give me a fright for my life. Koopa and Paratroopa have the triple shells, which I've been using to try and snipe others and protect myself. Oh, jeez. One moment the lightning tried to send me out to sea. At least we get floor mushrooms. Anytime lightning happens in this game, you will see me paying attention to the ground a lot more the next lap, because any items that were in the player's hand will get dropped on the ground, and while some will just simply disappear, a lot of them will stick around. Specifically, mushrooms and stars are what I'm looking for. Anyways, you all know the Baby Park song, sing it along. It's not going to be that chaotic yet because we're on 50cc. So there's not really going to be red shells or blue shells coming at me. But we do still have the special items like the Bowser shell to deal with. And regular green shells, of course. This track is home to the time trial ghost that probably gave the most players trouble when they were kids. Just because there's so few places to improve. I remember doing the retro achievements set for Mario Kart Double Dash recently, and Baby Park was definitely like the only one that took more than 1 or 2 tries to get correct. Ow. There was a Bum, Wario and Waluigi's special item. Luckily, we only got hit by the spin out from the resulting blast and not the initial boom that would have tossed us up in the air like a blue shell. Alright, 1 spin out and 1 shell hit, I think. That's not too bad for Baby Park. Alright, Dry Dry Desert. This is one of the other tracks that is definitely a fan not favorite if you ask people about Mario Kart Double Dash. But I love this track because you can go pretty much anywhere in this light yellow off-road. It barely slows you down at all. It is not at all like Mario Kart 8. In Mario Kart 8's version, pretty much all of the off-road in the game is the same slowing you down effect. But in Double Dash, there are some areas that look off-road that barely slow you down at all. That last corner, and the first corner in particular, I always assumed Diddy slash Koopa was the speedrun combo, or Toad slash Diddy. If we were doing a run with glitches allowed, I would be using Toad and Toadette. Or Toad and Koopa, I think. Because the Golden Mushroom has a really game-breaking glitch that just allows you to use the Golden Mushroom for a really long time. But I'm not doing that because I like doing it glitchless, and also I just never learned the glitch. But yeah, if glitches were allowed, I'd be using Toad. The main reason I'm using Koopa and Parakoopa for this run is just to reduce items used on me. Like, having the extra green shells is nice, but what I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to avoid the chance that Paratroopa or Koopa will use triple red shells on me when I am in the lead. Because if that happens, that is more items to hit me, more items to dodge. Yeah. Not sure if that star was worth it. I feel like it was. I'm always astounded at seeing like how slow the 50cc CPUs finish races. The idea of taking more than 3 minutes on this track to finish is just awful. Anyways, let me actually fix the cup order so that I can actually get... You hit the wrong cart, Ozo. Anyways, we want to get the last cup unlocked. So let's get this out of the way and actually show off some tech on this track. This track utilizes the most tech in the game, I found. It utilizes the fast falling on all these ramps. Especially the giant ramp leading into the center here. God dang it. It'll be one of those races, huh? But it also uses L tech, which is when I mash the other drift button while holding a drift button to take a sharper turn. It is used on this track and Rainbow Road mainly, although sometimes I try to use it on DK Mountain as well. Ramp is slower. Ramp's in the air. We don't want that. But yeah, all these little jump ramps we can do the fast falling on. Just to save a little bit of time. It adds up. But you can see how much earlier you land, because you would land like basically on that star if you didn't fast fall. And you would be hitting the outside wall if you don't L-tech on that section. Ow, that was too early. You can tell because Blue Shell has to like adjust its angle to get to me. Even the lower part of Wario Coliseum is kind of terrifying sometimes, because sometimes items will just fall on you from above, and they don't despawn. So you'll just get wiped out by a bomb or something. That's pretty rare, though. Heard Blue Shell there? You are not reaching me in time, thankfully. It's always a bit menacing when you hear the blue shell coming from like a very far part of the track. I thought heavy characters had higher top speed, so since the runner is not getting hit often. You see, high top speed by itself does not really matter as much. Because the mini turbos in this game are based on how fast you can flick the stick, and not based on how long you hold a mini turbo. Lightweight karts are the best because you can often keep up with the heavyweights, or even go faster than them by simply getting enough mini turbos. Hello, Andy! For those of y'all in the chat, Andy is much better at this game than I am. When it comes to All Cup Tour, I'm something like 60s, like top 60 placements, and Andy is 7th. He's actually the one who taught me about like L-Tech and fast falling and all that stuff. Yeah, another series where heavies get left behind. I mean, if you want a game where heavies do well, just pick Mario Kart Wii instead. A lot of the later Mario Karts tend to do better with middle or heavyweights. It's just the early games that favor lightweights. But yeah, picking Koopa and Paratroopa is as much about item prevention as it is optimizing what items I'm getting. You don't want to face anyone who can get triple red shells on you. That's just a miserable time. But yeah, hey Andy, I already messed up the cup order because I got nervous. Not that it matters too much, I just did 50cc mushroom cup before 150 special cup. So that's what I'm fixing right now. Alright, first look at Bowser's Castle. Bowser's Castle is the most cycle-heavy track in the game. Yeah, it's not really a big deal, it's more so just me getting nervous. Anyways, every enemy in this track operates on a cycle. You have the fireballs that arc in on the grates. You have the thwomps at the beginning. You have the rotating fireballs in this room here. And you have the giant obstacle at the end with the giant mechanical Bowser statue. And that's the one we're really worried about. Because if that Bowser statue's in the wrong place at the wrong time, I cannot take this shortcut. And this jump here at the end is one of a few jumps where you want to fast fall partway through. Because if you do fast falling immediately, you'll fall off. Yeah, Andy's always excited to teach new people how to play Mario Kart Double Dash. There's like a speedrunning Discord and everything. It's fun. I probably should talk there more, honestly. I still feel like I have much to contribute sometimes because I get shy easily like that. And because everyone else has been doing it for like a lot longer than I have. I've only been officially running this game since like August. Yeah, there's what I was talking about with like the cycles making it really hard to get that shortcut off. Because we got lightning lap 1, that Bowser statue was in a pretty bad spot, but we made it through. For free, that implies that people sell speedrun coaching. I mean, there's enough games out there, I'm sure someone's tried it. I don't know how successful selling speedrunning tips is. Free mushroom, thank you. Based on the mushroom spread out there, I am going to assume that was a mushroom drop from a Yoshi's egg. Yoshi and Birdo can get the egg item And when it hits something or hits a certain distance, it will break into 3 random items between mushroom, green shell, banana, or a bomb. Obviously a bit RNG, which is why you don't want to rely on those, but if you see a mushroom on the ground, why not pick it up? Anyways, that wasn't too bad for Bowser's Castle. We only really got hit by the lap 1 lightning. Rainbow Road is probably the worst part. Don't get me wrong, I love this Rainbow Road. But sometimes the first lap here can just be a fight to survive without getting bumped off. That's the only real downside of being a lightweight in this game. You get shoved pretty hard. And if anyone bumps into you on this track, there's a pretty high chance that you're going to go flying off the side. Especially in 150cc, where your rivals are always heavyweights. What's my favorite Rainbow Road version? My favorite's probably Double Dash just because of nostalgia. I do also love the Super Circuit and DS Rainbow Roads. And I've not really been playing enough Mario Kart World to have an opinion on that one, but it seems okay so far. My least favorite Rainbow Road would probably be, on the other hand, Mario Kart 64, just because it's so long with nothing to do. Even if you take that shortcut. Or Super Mario Kart's Rainbow Road. I think that one's really overrated. Also, in case you're wondering, I'm not drifting on that big old spiral, because it really doesn't save any time compared to just hitting all the boosts. Like, you can drift and hit all the boosts in the spiral, but that's a lot of risk for not a lot of reward, especially when you're in Grand Prix mode where items can just completely derail that. But yeah, Double Dash, Game Boy Advance, and DS are probably my favorite Rainbow Roads, with GameCube being first because of nostalgia. Alrighty. Missed it. I was like, can I get that? And I wasn't quite lined up right. Yeah, this Rainbow Road's kind of unique in that you can actually have superstars fall onto the track from the shooting stars. And they do give you the full invincibility and everything if you run into them. So it's basically the only track where you'll see me have a star. 315's not bad for a 150 Rainbow Road. That means I didn't get hit a single time. Which is definitely not guaranteed on that track. Alright, you had your fun with 150. We are going back to slow motion, otherwise known as 50cc. Oh yeah. We're not done yet, game. We're not done yet. Anytime you do a special cup or all cup tour, you will get that message. Well, you will get the credits, and we are going to skip them every time except the last one. But yeah, this is something I really wish more games would bring back. Mario Kart Double Dash was the only game to have an all cup tour, which just is a cup with all 16 tracks in it. but most of them are randomized in the middle. I suspect they didn't do it again because they were worried about the increasing number of tracks with retro cups being added. But I really do think, like, All Cup Tour needs to make a return. The interest is there. And these lightnings on 50cc. Oh, that was close. I almost hit that car. Got it. Trying to get that stupid fake item box out of my inventory. Stop that drift because I didn't want to hit the banana. Got it! And went too sharp in the drift. God dang it. Jeez, there's so many bananas in that cluster. Like, I saw those bananas spread out, and I assumed it was just a triple banana split from, like, the giant banana when it gets hit. But no, there were other bananas inside the banana. And that just caught me off guard. Alright. Mario Circuit is probably one of the most unique tracks when it comes to optimizing a run. Because this is the only track where you can consistently get mushrooms. And by that, I mean you can get mushrooms whenever you hit any of the Goombas at the end of this track with a green shell. So let's see how many I can farm today. Like that! It's not always possible, especially depending on what items I roll. I always try to have at least one green shell by the time I get to that Goomba. Lots of other things will knock mushrooms out the Goombas. Anything that causes them to get defeated, like green shells, red shells, bombs, lightning, stars, will make them drop a mushroom. Missed that one because the bump. Got the other one though. Thanks for good luck. Is this like all cups on all difficulties? That is correct. This is all 20 cups in the game. Mushroom, Flower, Star, Special, and All Cup Tour on 50cc, 100cc, 150cc, and Mirror Mode. I keep missing the first mushroom. Alright, I think I got 4 mushrooms total that race, which is good. Not my best, but it's not my worst either. I will say I do miss how newer Mario Karts don't give rewards for every cup. Instead, they like to base unlocks on stuff like getting a certain amount of coins. And I just think that's boring. Getting coins to unlock carts is boring. Stop doing it. They've been doing it for 3 games now. I miss when racing games put finish times on the end screen. Me too. Me too. Why'd they stop doing that? It's so stupid. There's nothing more fun than having like a close race with someone, and then you see that you won by like 0.02 of a second or something ridiculous. That is like the most exciting thing. They stopped doing it in versus races with Mario Kart Wii, and they stopped doing it altogether with Mario Kart 7. Anyways, this is our first time on Daisy Cruiser, so I am going to make a point that this is another global cycle track, specifically with these tables shifting back and forth in the dining room. They rock back and forth with the boat on a global timer. Kirby Air Riders gets it right at least. I have not played Kirby Air Riders. I've been considering if I should get it though. I know my little sibling has the game. They got it for Christmas. And they seem to be having a good time with it. I've played a bit of the original Air Ride, but I've never really had a lot of people to play it with. So the addition of like online gameplay makes it sound enticing. Oh. Ow. Yeah, cycles being different on lower CC screws me up sometimes. One thing that just came to mind, and I think this is kind of a really interesting fact about this game. Mario Kart Double Dash, to my knowledge, is the only home Mario Kart game that does not drop frames for multiple players. You can have up to 4 players on one screen in this game, and it stays at 60 frames a second. And the way it achieves that is it gets rid of some of the technical details in the game. Like some of these rings of fire in Waluigi Stadium, for example, disappear on multiplayer. On Daisy Cruiser, there are a few less tables in the dining room, and they get rid of the little life preservers you can hit at the end of the lap. And they just do little details like that, and they don't have to sacrifice any frames for multiplayer. And I think that's really interesting. Waluigi Stadium is one of the tracks that probably gives me the most trouble in my runs, especially on the higher CCs. I find it just gives me fits. You have that first ramp there where you see me go into the off-road because it's actually quicker than taking the entire jump. And then you have these bumps in the road that are a bit irritating to optimize, and the CPUs on the higher difficulties really tend to stay pretty close to you, which isn't like a lot of tracks in this game. A lot of the tracks, once you're good enough at the game, you can pull away pretty easily. But on Waluigi Stadium, you can be pretty good at the game and still have the CPUs breathing down your neck for it. Which is a problem because it means you will get hit by more red shells and stuff, or just even straight green shells. There's the lightning. Don't get squished by them. I was trying to stay out of the way of you, by the way, green shell. That's for lightning. Well, that went pretty well except for lap 3, I guess. Really, the main reason you don't see this category run as much as, say, All Cup Tour or All Cups is just because of how much of a drag people consider 50cc to be. And I do understand that, honestly. It's one of those things where I wonder what we can do to make it more interesting for people. Because nowadays it feels like 50cc doesn't really provide much value to new players getting into the series since you have auto accelerate and auto steer as options. It makes me wonder if they should start designing courses for 1 speed or just 150 and 200. I'm not sure if I'm alone in that thought though. Out of the 2 tracks that were brought back from Mario Kart Double Dash into the original Mario Kart 8, I do like Sherbet Land better than Dry Dry Desert in the remake. Mostly because Dry Dry Desert ruins the off-road appeal, and Sherbet Land at least looks pretty at night. Still not forgiving them for making these freezies not freeze the player. That's boring. Alright. Alright, different speed, different cycles. I do kind of find it funny how the optimal route for this game does so much of the Star Cup right at the beginning. Because you have to do 150cc for the barrel train, 100cc to get Special Cup, and then you go right back to 50cc for this as your 3rd cup of the normal route. Yeah, now that mushroom car is a lot harder to get benefit from in 50cc because it's usually far enough along the track that it'll just jettison the mushroom into the pit if you're not careful. But yeah, this is another part of like section that just looks like off-road, but you can just drive on these little red side barriers. There we go. Yeah. Dodge the bomb car, not the green shell. Oh well, still worth it, I think. For the very least, it cancels out. In 50cc, you're not going to get hit with many red shells, if any. So you're a lot more free to try and optimize which items you're getting so that you can get as many mushrooms as you can. I just wanted them to stay behind me. Alright, a bit scuffed, but I got it. Alright, there we go. Maybe turbos weren't working for a moment. Now they're back. And now they're not. And now they're back. Taking that neck turn really tight in Yoshi Circuit is probably one of the most satisfying turns in the game for me. Where you just cut off the entire hairpin, basically. That banana almost threw me off. And... It is also always just kind of funny when you just start lapping people in 50cc. Dang it. One of the things I like about this game so much is just how easy it is to get back up to speed after you get hit by something. Don't get me wrong, Mario Kart Double Dash can hurt you, if it wants to. You will get thrown into the air, you'll tumble, you'll burn, you'll get bowled over, frozen, bitten. But it's so easy to get a mini turbo to get your speed back after you get hit. I just feel so quick to recover, and it takes away a lot of the irritation you get from getting hit with an item in, like, say, Mario Kart Wii or Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Alright, DK Mountain. Remember to rest your hands, Zozo. During these cannons are some of the only moments of rest I get my hands. Have to remember to take those moments of rest or my hands will start cramping by hour 3. Frickin' fake item box. Get out of here. Don't get me wrong, I love using fake item boxes to screw over people in multiplayer. We just don't want them in this run, ever. Dodge. Free mushy, thank you. There we go. See, that's like the ideal line I want to try and take in DK Mountain. Get barely any air from that. It's just so hard to line up properly in the heat of a race. Alright, not too bad. Alright, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cups done, I think. Back to the special cup, back on 50cc still. The main thing about 50cc Star Cup is just I have to do an extra menu input to get to the barrel train now. Alright, get out of here. With 50cc, you don't want to quite mash the L-Tech. If you do that, you'll just hit the inside wall, but you do want to tap it a good bit. Because it is faster than not doing it at all. And that little jerk you saw there was what happens when I try to fastball a bit too early. It just jerks you to one side. Try to avoid that when possible. Warrior Coliseum's a really interesting track to run, just because it's one of the most tech-heavy tracks. And it's also one of the 2 tracks in the game that isn't 3 laps. It only has 2 laps, and Baby Park has 7. This was really the first Mario Kart game to play around with how long they made their tracks. And they didn't touch it again until Mario Kart 7, unless you count Baby Park and Mario Kart DS, which I would rather forget exists. Baby Park and DS is a mistake. Honestly, the retro tracks in Mario Kart DS are probably my biggest dislike for that game. So many of those tracks just got butchered. And it makes it really hard to go back and play that game nowadays for me. Alright, pretty clean. Since we're back on Dino Jungle, it's probably a good time to talk about safety versus optimization. That bridge down there with the little speed panel boosts on there is actually a bit faster than going on this yellow bridge. But there are certain shortcuts that I refuse to do on Grand Prix, just because of the uncertainty of items. Not only is it difficult to pull off multiple times a run, especially for a run as long as this one, but chances are that you're going to get hit with lightning or a red shell or a blue shell at some point, and it's just going to make it a lot worse if you get hit when you're trying for some of these tricks. That's also the reason you don't see me take stuff like, say, the gap jump in DK Mountain. That's probably one of the more well-known shortcuts in this game. But you can only do it on 150cc without a mushroom, and even then it's a very tight window to get it done right without items getting in the way. Cut through the wreckage of that giant banana. You can always tell when a giant banana has been somewhere, because the triple bananas split into the same formation every time. They've split into like a little triangle, as you saw there. The tiny bananas themselves behave exactly the same as normal bananas. But if you get hit by the giant banana itself, you actually do spin out a bit more. So getting hit by a regular banana is definitely the lesser of two evils. I was worried about that giant Bowser shell from him. Alright, pretty clean. Bowser Castle on 50cc is pretty much the same. You just have to worry about different cycles for all the speeds of the hazards on the track. There is one part later. Gosh dang it. I do find the fireballs at the beginning to be a bit more annoying. That's me needing to learn the timings again. Double Dash was the last Mario Kart you played and you still think it's the best. Mario Kart Double Dash was the first Mario Kart I played, so I definitely have like nostalgia bias towards it. One thing that is slightly different about this track on 50cc, that fireball was at the worst spot. I dodged the fireball, but I didn't adjust the angle afterwards. You cannot drift going on that shortcut in 50cc, or even 100cc sometimes. If you try doing that, you will often not have the speed you need to make it across. But yeah, Double Dash to me just has the best flow state. And I feel like a lot of people who complain about Double Dash complain after being used to the controls of other Mario Kart games, which is understandable. Mario Kart Double Dash controls very differently from any other Mario Kart. And I often see a lot of people talk about the controls bothering them, but they don't really know why the controls bother them. They'll just say it's slippery. And the reason the controls feel so slippery for a lot of players who aren't quite sure of what they're doing yet in Double Dash is because, unlike most Mario Karts in the franchise, Mario Kart Double Dash has what I like to call rear wheel drift, where whenever you power slide, you swing out by your rear tires. So that results in it kind of flinging your vehicle to the side a bit and feeling a lot looser than a lot of people are used to. And it's definitely a learning curve for people. But I also feel like it's one of the best strengths of the game. Because you can do a power slide and just swing around an obstacle directly in front of you. And it's so satisfying to learn how to do that. But yeah, the special items are definitely a fun part of Mario Kart Double Dash. It was kind of funny that they got brought back in Mario Kart Tour of all places. To the point where Mario Kart Tour was the only... I forgot my own advice. Don't power slide on 50cc there. No game needs Baby Park, including Mario Kart. Wow, harsh. That's definitely a hot take. Baby Park needs its own game release. I'm pretty sure that is just called NASCAR. Thank you, Potato Lane, for the $25 donation to Open Medicine Foundation Canada. Welcome to the stream. Anyways, I personally enjoy Baby Park. I definitely can see why it would rub some people the wrong way. NASCAR is mirror mode Baby Park. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are either love Baby Park or hate Baby Park. There is barely anyone in the middle. Personally, I'm of the opinion where Baby Park is good, but it was never as good as it was in Double Dash in the remakes. You can port Baby Park to whatever Mario Kart you want, but without the special items, it's not going to have the same appeal. Baby Park needs the Bowser Shell to be good. It needs the Bowser Shell, it needs the bombs, which they do add in later games, admittedly. It needs, giant bananas. It definitely needs giant bananas. The fireball spread, the chain chomps. The bigger the items, the better for Baby Park. The Bowser Shell that can just ignore the middle barrier. It's so much fun when it jumps the barrier. You know what track deserved a better Mario Kart? DK Spaceport. I think DK Spaceport is okay. I just got Mario Kart World last week for the first time, so I'm still learning all those tracks. It's a fun track. I feel like I like what it represents better than the track itself. Y'all want to know how many hours I tried to get hit by a shooting star to unlock the supposed secret character? I will admit, I did not have access to the internet when I grew up on Mario Kart Double Dash. I never really fell for any of the playground rumors because that would have required me to actually be popular in school and have people willing to talk to me. I was very much like the quiet kid that no one wanted to talk to because they were just really weird. It also didn't help that I was not transitioned yet, so I just wasn't comfortable in my own skin. For that reason, I never really heard about that rumor. I do remember watching an Alpharad video and hearing him talk about, what was it? It was something really stupid. It was like unlocking Sonic and Mario Party 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. But yeah, I could definitely believe a playground rumor going around like that, although I'd never heard of it before. Is this the part where I point out why is this track on 50cc still faster than N64 Rainbow Road on 150cc? Alright, credit skip number 2. Probably because it's a quarter of the length. Yeah, I guess. Alright, time for what's the longest split in this game. Our first all-cup tour. All-cup tour is all 16 tracks, with tracks 2 through 15 in a random order. You always start with Luigi Circuit, and you always end with Rainbow Road. Anything else, it's shuffled. You will basically never get the same set of 14 tracks in the middle. It will always be in a different order. Unless you're, like, ridiculously lucky or something. Sorry, Mario Kart 8, why'd you make Rainbow Road 64 a marathon course? I mean, honestly, hot take. Making N64 Rainbow Road on Mario Kart 8 into 3 laps, it still would have been awful. N64 Rainbow Road sucks because there's nothing challenging or interesting to do to, like, optimize it. There's no shortcuts, there's no difficulty in staying on the track. The only time you fall off in Mario Kart 8's version of that track is if you take a drift too tight. And then it's purely your fault. N64 Rainbow Road fails to be a Rainbow Road because it fails to be difficult. And making it 3 laps would not fix that. And they made the entire thing anti-gravity. I mean, I guess I understand that one. I don't really care for it being anti-gravity, but I'm also not going to complain about that. There we go, detect. One thing that's interesting to watch during these all-cup tours is keeping an eye on who ends up being our rivals. In 150cc, you're guaranteed to have heavyweights as your rivals for some reason. I don't know why they decided to make it that way. I do hate that decision. But in the lower CCs, it can be basically anyone. DK and Diddy isn't the worst ones to have as rivals. It just means we'll be seeing a lot more giant bananas on the road, because they need to be in front positions to get them. Because this way they can bump into you and have a higher speed. I mean, yeah. And CPU cheats anyway with acceleration. I mean, it's not as bad as, like, Mario Kart 64, but yeah, they do. They do rubber band a good bit. Bit risky taking that mushroom. Being on 50 helped with that, I guess. The worst characters we could see in that second place for our cups is probably Yoshi or Birdo. because their egg has the ability to home in on us if they're close enough. But that's only really a problem on 150cc, because we can easily get away from them in the lower CCs. The best characters to see in rival spots are characters like Baby Mario and Baby Luigi or Peach and Daisy, because they basically don't have a special item if they're in the front. Their special item only activates in 5th place or lower. Koopa and Paratroopa's special items can occur pretty much anywhere in the field, although you're more likely to get them in 3rd through 6th. And you'll never get triple reds if you're in the front. Alright, free mushroom. Boop. See how many times I get hit by items here. Ow. Getting hit by that mushroom does remind me. This game is rather unique because it's very easy to steal items from people. It's very easy to lose your item as well. If you get hit by most items in this game, most of the bigger items, stuff like, say, chain chomps, mushrooms, stars, the bombs, blue shells, you will lose your items. And even if you get hit by a smaller item, you will drop your triples if you have triples. Like there, you see, I got those mushrooms because I hit Baby Mario and Baby Luigi with a green shell and made them drop their extras. So that is something I try to keep an eye out for on the lower CCs when I'm lapping someone. If they have triple mushrooms, I am going to try to hit them with my shells so that they drop them. Is it even true you can steal if you play 2 players and the other player grabs onto your opponent? You are referring to sideswiping, which is when you're in co-op and the person in the back presses the L or R button. That is a technique, and it does steal your opponent's item if you have no item and they do have an item. So that is correct. Only works in co-op, though. Up, up, up. Honestly, it's really fun and probably one of the main reasons I want to do a co-op run on a speedrunning event someday. But it's really hard to get someone to do that when you're emulating and it's on netplay. Honestly, missed a chance to make it a single-player mechanic. Plenty of buttons on the controller. I mean, that's just a reason to make a Mario Kart Double Dash again. A sequel to Double Dash would be amazing. How did that not hit me? Like, thank you, but how? Honestly, I feel like a sequel to Double Dash could be a perfect excuse to make a second Mario Kart on the same system. Yeah, I do kind of agree that Mario Kart DS was the game that really set the formula they follow from now on. And I do think that's kind of sad. Part of the fun of playing a series is seeing how they experiment from game to game. And I feel a lot of experimentation stopped with DS. From DS onward, pretty much anything you saw would be a one-time mechanic, or it would be quickly shoved to the wayside. You had carts versus bikes in Mario Kart Wii, and then bikes disappeared in Mario Kart 7, and didn't really do anything differently from most of the carts in Mario Kart 8. You had water and gliding, and then they disappeared after Mario Kart 8. You had anti-gravity, and that got replaced with wall riding in Mario Kart World. It feels a lot of times like they're scared of keeping their gimmicks around. And I get that, but it's also kind of sad. I feel like the gimmicks are what makes these games fun sometimes. And it's a reason to play the new game, the old game, even after the new game comes out. This game is different enough from Mario Kart 8 and Mario Kart World to be worth coming back to. I don't know if I could say that about a game like Mario Kart 7, which has nothing to call its own. Not that they follow a philosophy, if people want to play that gimmick, they can play that game. I mean, I guess so. After all, it's what they want all along. I mean, if they would, that they'd keep... I got distracted. They want you to buy new and old. Gee, if they want you to buy the old games, you'd think they make them available. But that's an entirely separate topic, honestly. Yeah, Nintendo's failure to re-release or make their old games available is a topic I probably shouldn't be talking about, so I'll stop it there. The fear of missing out. I mean, yeah, I think that's part of it, but it is definitely like a lot smaller than a lot of the modern games with fear of missing out. If you talk about fear of missing out nowadays, 99% of the time you're talking about like free-to-play games, battle pass games, stuff where it changes out every 2 weeks. Not a game that's going to be like the main game on the system for like 5+ years. There is still a fear of missing out there, but I feel like it's greatly muted. The entire game industry is built on fear of missing out? I don't know if I'd go quite that far. At the very least, it didn't start that way. If you're not playing the game as it comes out, you're not with it. I mean, if you talk about like being part of the in-crowd and playing the game because everyone else is playing, you're just gonna make me think of... The first game that comes to mind for me on that would be probably Star Wars Battlefront 2. I remember when all that drama with Star Wars Battlefront 2 came out, and everyone was talking about boycotting the game. You had that infamous comment on Reddit, which became like the most hated comment in Reddit history. It was a media firestorm. And then I remember going back to my college dorm and I talked to my roommate. And he's like, and I'm like, what are you playing? And he's like, I'm playing Star Wars Battlefront 2. And I'm like, isn't that game the one with all the drama going on around it? And he was like, well, my friends got the game, so I'm getting the game too. And I just remember thinking, like, man, I wish I could spend $60 that easily. just buy a $60 game because my friends are playing it too, I guess. Something about that moment just kind of stuck with me. Left 4 Dead 2. I'm afraid you're gonna have to educate me on what the heck's going on with Left 4 Dead 2. I am not someone who plays horror games ever. Do not expect me to know anything about horror games. Or games with horror elements in them. Describing it as your friends trying to schlorp you into games is really funny, and I don't know why. I will agree that indie games are definitely a very fun scene to pay attention to nowadays compared to the AAA scene. I really need more friends who are willing to stream co-op games with me. I have at least like maybe 5 or 6 games that I really want to play with people on stream. I just don't have anyone who owns the game that can stream it with me. So they abandoned the original Left 4 Dead. I guess that does make sense why I've never heard of the first game much. If they just like abandoned it like that. But yeah, in terms of like indie games, my favorite indie game is probably Rabbit and Steel. Although other games like Dicey Dungeons, Deltarune I played for the first time last month. That was a lot of fun. I'm only on Chapter 2, don't spoil that. Deltarune, what else am I thinking of? Haste. I tried Haste for the first time back in like August. I really want more people to play that with. The older I get, the more I like the one developer in basement games. That is a hilarious way to describe it. That sounds about right, Knight. If there's one thing I've learned about playing video games, it's that there is no one in the world who is worse at boycotting than video gamers. Video gamers suck at boycotting. Do not count on it to happen ever. Ah, missed the mushroom. Stupid fake item box. And I try to get rid of it and I get hit by a prompt plate. Just simple story-driven games. Yeah, no, that's fair, that's fair. It's because video games are no longer a media for gamers. That's a hot take. Like, I think I get what you're trying to imply with it. I feel like people who say that video games are not meant for people who like to play video games are people who really focus on the AAA scene more than they should. There's a lot of fun stuff out there in the video game world. You just have to look outside the most popular releases. Got 4 mushrooms, but that was a lot messier than the last run on that track I did. You're talking about the big inch tree, yeah. Want to play an actual game, look at indies. Indie games are games released before 2010, I guess. Missed it. Dang it. I play a lot of games on Retro Achievements, which is a website that does, like, adding achievement sets to older video games, and I found that to be a lot of fun this year. More people playing FIFA 2059. I'll admit, I've never played Nier Automata. I've heard good things, though. It's not that I don't want to, I guess I've just never had the chance to do it. Hello again, Andy. Anyways, Knight, what do you mean when you talk about video video games? Like, what criteria does it have to meet for it to count as a movie game for you? Automata and Replicant. Remind me, is Automata the first game or the second game? I forget the order. Automata is the second one? Okay. Alright, Knight, I will avoid poking the hornet's nest. But yeah, admittedly, I wasn't the most tuned into the indie game scene until recently. I was on Nintendo consoles until I got a PC back in, like, 2023. So I didn't really play too many indie games outside of big ones that made to Nintendo systems, like Shovel Knight. Which, don't get me wrong, I do love Shovel Knight. I did this last time I was on 50cc Bowser Castle. I need to learn. To answer my question, when your game wants to sell you entirely in an emotional experience and amazing visuals. Okay, see, if you describe it like that, the first game that comes to mind... Yeah, no, describing it like that, you're just making me think of how much I hate Detroit Become Human. Because that was probably the worst experience I've had this year. Video game controls, what are those? Press a button. I mean, I didn't have a problem with the idea of, like, a quick time event focused game. Like, at least they're upfront about that. I just had more so a problem with the story and, like, the presentation of it and the structure. There's been QuickTime events games since the arcade, to be fair. Yeah, I'm aware of that. That's why I point out that my problems were not the QuickTime events. Like, yeah, they got annoying at times, but that wasn't the reason I hated it. God dang it. The fireball cycles just keep getting me. I mean, honestly, my biggest problem with Detroit Become Human was that the creator did not know how to write a woman. There's like several women characters who have prominent roles in the game and they're all bland or awful. Dang it! I was trying to avoid falling off like I did the first time, and I just... The cycles are all out of whack. Alright, that was an awful race. You know, that last lap. Ew. Gross. Disgusting. Sounds like Knight's talking about like a cart before the horse metaphor. Where the priority of the things matter. Chain of events sequence. You know, I get it. I would rather have a gameplay designed around good controls versus having a game purposely be difficult for the sake of having authentic experience by controls that are deliberately designed to be frustrating or obtuse. It's the same reason I don't want to play games like, say, Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, or QWOP, or Peak. Great. Got the mushroom at least. Then there's games where literally your inputs are just a means to the end. I tried Final Fantasy for the first time really earlier this year. I did the first two games and then I almost got all the way through Final Fantasy 3. But I stalled out when I had to do a bunch of level grinding because doing off-stream grinding makes me want to vomit. I do hate myself for quitting games for that reason. It's like one of the least pleasant things I do. It's just, if I need to like level grind in a game, I feel like that's just the least interesting thing to do. Maybe someday I'll get back to that series. Actual Final Fantasy 3 or Final Fantasy 6? I'm talking about the Final Fantasy 3 that was released for PlayStation Portable, the PSP. Came out in like 2011 or 2012. Something like that. Actual Final Fantasy 3 then? Okay. Yeah, I got to the end of Final Fantasy 3, and I was like maybe level 48. And then I got to the final boss, got destroyed, lost 3 hours of progress because you're not allowed to save in a dungeon, and I looked it up and it's like, oh, you're supposed to be around level 60 for this fight. And it's like, since when? There were no level spikes in the game before that, and that just frustrated me. And I never streamed that series again after that because I didn't want to level grind. Oh, is that only a problem in the remake then? Dang it! I was like, ooh, mushroom! Bowser shell. No. Final Fantasy IV is better. See, I want to go on to Final Fantasy... Break off, green shell. I want to go on to Final Fantasy IV, but I feel like I have to do the games in order. I feel like that's the way I want to play it. But then you get these level grinding moments, and it's just like, I don't want to keep going. Pixel Remaster fixes all the issues. Aren't the Pixel Remasters actually kind of like ugly from what I remember seeing? Somebody backed green shells. But anyways, if I did move on to Final Fantasy IV, I put it up to a poll in my Discord, and they voted for me to do the WonderSwan version because they wanted to laugh, I guess. I don't know how that version plays. The font is not great, but it's fine. Maybe I was hearing of a different Final Fantasy game that had that problem. Because I remember people mocking the Pixel remakes for, like, having a really sloppy art style. Barely dodged that fire bar to get the mushroom. Totally worth it. And hit the fake item box for no reason. Good job, Esco. I mean, that's not the worst place to get hit by lightning, at least. Anyways, we're about 2 hours into the run, if my memory is correct. I can't quite see the timer, because it's not on my screen. But, my personal best in this game is 5 hours, 33 minutes, and 16 seconds, I think. An hour 52? Okay. But yeah. The world record for 100% in this game is about 30 minutes faster than mine. But they also use Z-Tech. Use the Z-Tech, which is a glitch I don't use in my runs. It's a glitch that I really don't want to learn, honestly, and I feel like it makes the game less fun. Because you start because it relies on a golden mushroom, which you only get as a special item if you're in the very back of the pack. And I feel like deliberately sandbagging to get that golden mushroom is just very unfun and very RNG. I don't think the world record uses Z-Tech. Am I thinking of another category? I thought 100% used Z-Tech. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Oh, well then, my bad. Then yeah, I'm half an hour slower just because I'm bad at the game. No excuses. Yeah, Anon Guy is another person from the Mario Kart Double Dash Discord. That being said, I do still have no desire to learn Z-Tech because, again, it just doesn't seem like a fun tech to rely on in speedruns. Oh yeah, Andy did just bring up a point there that I haven't really mentioned yet. I have this run going with no memory card inserted so that it doesn't do a saving screen after every cup. It saves a couple minutes over the course of a run. It's not the biggest thing, but it adds up. Yo, didn't know you were doing this run? It's a very fun run. I think it gets a bit tedious for some people, especially during the 50cc, which is why more people don't run it. And I do understand that. I do think being able to get everything in Mario Kart in like one session is a fun thing to realize you can do. At the neck. You can take that neck so tight in 50cc, it's amazing. If anyone ever wants to learn this run, I would caution about the strain it puts on your hands just because you don't really get moments to rest during it. But I would love to see more people learn how to do this run just because there's very few times on the leaderboards right now. As of right now, I think this category only has 22 people on it. Yeah, you also don't get any restroom breaks under the current rules. Which is not fun for someone like me. Because as a transgender woman, one of the medications I take has the side effect of making you have to pee more. I was hoping I'd get that star, but I'll take the mushroom. Yeah, the no restroom break is definitely a deal breaker for a lot of people. I understand if people don't want to do that. Aw. Switching it to in-game time would be nice. It would definitely make it easier for me because I wouldn't have to mash through these fucking menus. And I could actually take a break between races to just like rest my hands without having to mash buttons. I feel like you'd probably have more success convincing them to add, like, say, a 5-minute break every 3 hours or something. Or just something along those lines where it's like, for every so long you've been playing the game, you accumulate this much time in break time. I think I've seen some categories do that for longer categories. Yeah, like what a nun guy's thing. One, two, three, four. I mean, if you want to suggest it to them, by all means, go ahead. I'd love to see more people have a chance to run this category. And just Double Dash in general. It's a really fun game to optimize. I think I tossed it too far on the same direction. No, it fell off. Good. Falling Star! Got one. Let's go. Got it. There we go. Yeah, I do feel like Mario Kart Double Dash is probably a harder game to do longer speedruns for compared to, say, Mario Kart 8, Mario Kart Wii, Mario Kart 7. Just due to the strain that flicking the sticks to drift provides your hands over time. And I do understand that, for sure. The triple banana. Got through. Got the triple banana on the landing there. Alrighty. Not a bad Rainbow Road for 50cc. And more importantly, that means we are done with 50cc, finally. We are no longer stuck on the slowest speed in the game. On to 100. This will be the first time y'all will get to see how Luigi's Circuit is supposed to look, with nothing in the middle. You can also see that path behind the chomp. It's not faster, but it exists. I'm old, but Double Dash is older. Still best Mario Kart. You know who is older than Double Dash? Me. Thanks for that reminder. Got bumped to the side there. Always happy to find more Double Dash fans, though. You were already an adult when Double Dash came out. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong way power slide. Might as well use much to get out of that, I guess. Should call you Daddy. If we're talking about release dates, I don't remember the exact day. I believe it's November 27th, 2003. I know November. I know 2003. I don't know if it's the 27th. It also could be different depending on your region, because back then games used to not come out at the same time for different regions. Okay, so I was correct on the month and year. You have the PAL version. Ow. Switch for curve to really be able to block that. It darted in so I didn't get the chance to get away from it. There we go. But surprisingly, it came out nearly the same time. Interesting. That Catquack was guarding that mushroom with its life. Still November 2003. Impressive. I know that wasn't always the case for games back in the early 2000s. It was the 17th. I was off by a digit. I am American here, sadly. And I will leave it at that. Got it that time, Catquack. Ah, I missed it. I was tempted. Speaking of video game release days, one of my favorite video games for the Nintendo GameCube was the SpongeBob SquarePants movie game. Not Battle for Bikini Bottom, the movie game. And I always find it interesting that the video game released 1 month before the movie. So if you had the video game, you actually got to see the ending before the movie came out. And I just thought that was interesting. Blocked. Yeah, now we're on 100cc. We're gonna see more red shells, but we're not gonna see blue shells yet. Movie games are either amazing or awful. I feel like most of the time they're simply mediocre. The SpongeBob movie game got around that because it was based on Val for Bikini Bottom, which was already a good game. If it was from scratch, it would have been tougher. Ah, we almost made it without getting hit on Baby Park. You know how rare that is? As in video games out of movies or video games that are just movies? I am referring to video games that are created as a movie tie-in. So yeah, the former. Movie video games around PS2 era and earlier. I mean, the SpongeBob movie was PS2. Accidentally switched one too many times. Definitely was the exception, not the rule, but the SpongeBob movie was good. I'll take the free mushroom, thank you, game. I mean, I guess it's better than getting hit by the shell, but also I was going to block the shell. That's my fault for going the wrong way on that power slide. For the Lord of the Rings games in the PS2 era, it would not surprise me, but I have never seen or played Lord of the Rings, so I would not know. I am very much not hip when it comes to popular franchises in movies. I mean, you're free to suggest that, Andy. I don't know how much the Toy Story community is going to respond to you, but it can't hurt to try, I guess. Ow. Anytime I miss angle going for a mushroom, I just get sad. Alright, another cup dip. Reminder, for 100cc though, you are skipping the Star Cup because you did it earlier to get the Special Cup. Yo, the double mushroom pull? Let's go. I didn't dodge it, but I recovered after it, I guess. Did I get it? I did. Let's go, free mushies. And mushroom. Another mushie. I was trying to recover. And trying to get these mushrooms on tracks like the city tracks. Oh, the juggling. I couldn't see it through the juggling. God dang it. Trying to angle for extra mushrooms on tracks like this and Mario Circuit is probably one of the more fun parts of the lower CC tracks. Alright. Scuffed as hell, but I got some good mushroom luck. Looking like time trials out here. Nice. Hello, Canadian. How are you doing today? We are currently about 2 hours into a 5.5-hour run. Ow. Thanks. And I stopped getting hit with every green shell on the planet. Well, I guess I can't do Goomba strats. Or can I? Got one. Get out of here. Get out. Can I get green shells, please? Canadian shows up to the chat and all of a sudden we're talking about trombones. I did play an instrument in school. I'll let y'all try and guess it if you want. Koopa seashell and magnetic. Oh, Andy, don't lie to the chat. Don't lie to the chat, Andy. We'll be lucky if I even PB, knowing me. I guess you played the GameCube controller. Alright, got 2 mushrooms. 3 mushrooms, I think. Not bad. Anyways, back in 5th through 12th grade, I actually played the alto saxophone. I was not very good at it. I did not practice it because I had neighbors and it would be too loud for the neighbors. And I have not touched it since I graduated. But I did play alto saxophone. More mushroom luck. Huh. Like, thanks, I guess. And there's the bad luck. Get out of here, you stupid fake item box. One of the bigger challenges about avoiding getting hit by items in this game is that there is not yet a button to look behind you. You cannot look behind you and see if a green shell's coming up on you or anything. I played the recorder in 4th grade. I don't think you're alone. Ooh, I dodged that. Let's go. I was so not good at it. See, that's the secret, Potato Lane. Nobody's good at the recorder. Some people are just better at faking it. I miss dodgeable red shells? Same. I feel like... Oh, hey, baseball kid. Every time I do a speedrun, Andy likes to mention baseball kid at least once when we get to Dino Dino Jungle. And how baseball kid is now a dad. Dino Dino Jungle when? After this cup, because I'll be skipping 100cc star. Since we did that earlier. So in approximately 2 trucks? Not the recorder 1 versus 1. You're gonna stream the 1v1, right? I meant to throw that forward. I don't want that fake item box anywhere near me. Ow. Well, I dodged the red shell that time. I hit a banana instead. Hey, listen. Dang it. Wrong way power slide there. Only one person's allowed to self-deprecate on this stream, and that's me. Y'all actually have talent. And this is the part where I'd like stick my tongue out to taunt you if I could have a camera on or something, but I don't own a camera, so you'll just have to imagine it. A bit outside for that mushroom. My hammer says otherwise on the self-deprecation. Oh yeah, is the hammer like the new roll thing for like the super mods or whatever they're called? I remember they got added like a month ago, but my channel's too small to use those, so it's like, there's not a point. Ah! Alright, we're almost to Dino Dino Jungle Baseball. Just another 2.5 minutes or so. You're running on the base account, so you just gave you all the permissions. Fair enough. Yeah, no, the hammer's pretty new. It's like a month old. It basically means you're, like, in charge of the mods. If my memory's correct. Is that the hammer Kirby uses when he does his side B? I don't think so, because this hammer actually lands. The problem, Kirby's specials kind of suck. I mean, that's kind of the point. Maybe it's the Pico Pico hammer. God, I wish. The Pico Pico hammer has such a cool design. Thing inside a fake item box. Random note, but that little part up there where I go up after the split paths and then do the sharp left turn, the place that's most likely to mess me up in mirror mode. Because it looks exactly the same going up. You just turn sharp to the right instead of left. And that used to get me all the time as a kid. Anyways, Dino. Ow, I just got here, thank you. Out of my way, DK. Blacked. Look, you need to get back into Double Dash so bad. How long's it been for you, Canadian? You been gone a while? Like, no shame in it. People get busy. I mean, hell, I have fanfics that I haven't updated in, like, years. Last personal best was 2024. Yeah, that's fair. People get busy. Alright, let's not fall into the lava this time, Mozo. You'd stop due to hand issues? Yeah, no, that's valid as hell. I'm never gonna shame someone for focusing on their health instead of video games or personal bests or speedrunning or anything along those lines. Life's been a crazy mess a lot. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Can issues really kill the joy of gaming? No, guys, you see, that's the reason that the Xbox Kinect will make a comeback in 2026. And VR systems are the future, blah, 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 blah. He just lost to the Browns, let me creep. I mean, assist modes are fine for doing regular gameplay, but a lot of assist modes are not allowed in speedrunning. So if you want to speedrun, you can't use those. Because they, like, give an unfair advantage or some bull. And I think that's kind of sad that it just walls people out from doing games they like. Yeah, that's fair, Knight. You know, it's kind of funny, actually. I was doing a practice run for a really, really long-a-thon on Saturday. And I actually got a personal best on All Cup Tour, but it was the mirror mode All Cup Tour. I got like a 3202 or something. Whereas my best in just the category is 3210, but that's for 150, so it doesn't count as the same category. You know, I guess I'm just saying that I wish there were more speedruns or speedrun categories in games that allowed assist modes, or maybe even categories that were specifically designated for assist modes. I feel like that would make it more accessible for people. I'm not sure if that would make it more accessible to various. Fun concept, though. If we're talking for, like, gimmick categories, whenever I do All Cup Tour runs for events, I always call it pacifist mode, and I just demap my item buttons so I cannot use items from my item slots. Basically just puts me at the whims of the computer or RNG sometimes. But it's fun. Different. One, two, three. I remember to stretch out my hands whenever I'm on these cannons. This level is really good. Yeah, no, I love this track. Mario Kart, but you can only turn left and right. So, what, you can't power slide either in that? Is that for Double Dash or a different Mario Kart game? Makes me think, I think it was Game Champ who did a video on how many tracks you can complete without pressing the A button in Crash Team Racing Nitro Fuel. Or was it the original CTR? I think it was Nitro Fuel. No, the left side of the control stick is disabled. So if you want to go left, you have to hit right twice. What the hell? That sounds confusing. Like, it could be fun, it just sounds confusing as hell. Canadian, I believe your friend Andy is referring to the Los Angeles Kings. Oh, Andy's comparing the times. The pressure's on. Now, to here, it's faster to go from the right whenever I am picking my characters. Anyways, a lot of the RNG is going to come into effect when we get to 150 in mirror mode, and the CPUs actually start using their worst items on us. The blue shells, the lightnings, etc. When it comes to sports, I used to be really into NASCAR as a kid. I grew out of it as I did with most of my sports interests. NASCAR, baseball, college basketball. I stopped watching any of them live because television got divided into like 17 different streaming services, and it just became a pain to have everything available to you. But I did legitimately enjoy watching NASCAR as a kid. Pretty much me. Ow, dang it. Alright, one down. We still enjoy NASCAR now, going by what we said earlier. True! Tech. Yeah, that bomb just blew up down there. I think that was a cracked egg. I'm so out of the loop when it comes to TVs and movies. Yeah, that's me. If you ask me about, like, most popular shows or movies, I've never seen them. I've never seen, like, Harry Potter. Fuck J.K. Rowling. I've never seen Star Wars. I've never seen Lord of the Rings. I've never seen The Simpsons or The Family Guy. Or any of the big stuff like that. I mean, that's about as good as a place as any to get shocked. Got these ramps anyway. Haven't seen any of these either. Well, it's nice to know I'm not alone on this. Haven't watched TV in 15 years. I mean, does anime count? I've been pretty into anime the past few years. My girlfriend has a Crunchyroll subscription, so I just share that with her. Andy does have a point. We are watching Twitch.tv right now. Free TV, hell yeah. Please never speak again. So rude. With all platforms on the internet now, it's impossible and not necessary to keep up with everything. Yeah, that's fair. Hell yeah! We got another I'm in love with the villainous fan up here. That good Yuri stuff. I have an account on, I think it's called, it's Analyst. I have an Analyst account, and I have all of my anime and manga saved there as to what I've watched and read. Ow. You've summoned the potato with Yuri mentions. I should have known that was going to happen. Yeah, no, I do tend to watch a lot more Yuri stuff than I do, like, typical shonens and shoujos. Ah, dang it. I was, like, barely to the right of that. Gotta get back into manga in 2026. That's a good goal to have. Are we at the time of year where everyone's going to talk about, like, their New Year's resolutions and how they're going to keep them for, like, 2 weeks before they stop? Alright, I'll admit, I have not seen dubs. I try to stick to subtitles when I can. Dubs can be good, I just usually stick to subs. I heard you just say Yuri 3 times in the front of a mirror in the middle of the night. You get cancelled within 30 chapters. That's the hardest I've laughed all week. Thanks, Knight. I need this New Year's resolution, people to subsidize your gym membership. Ow. Pro strats. Did I just get a mid-air banana drop on me there? That's honestly impressive. Ow. I'm distracted. I want to watch Yuri on Ice. I mean, you can watch Yuri on Ice if you want, just don't expect Yuri. Oh no, I love it when dubs are absolutely unhinged with their dialogue. news about that giant jump at the end. Red shells cannot make it. Die in the hole, red shell. There's more so about figure skating. You'd be surprised at how many Yuri fans go in and are disappointed that it's not the other kind of Yuri. Twitch modded your message. We'll never know what it was going to say. Lost in the ether. Is it ether or ether? That's one of those words that I see a lot on, like, reading. Ow. Why I'm still a green shell in that item box. It's one of those words I read on paper a lot, but I don't say out loud. I have a lot of those. I wonder what word the mod doesn't like. I can't exactly tell. I don't have access to the mod logs or anything, and I'm kind of busy right now. I'm sure there's something weird about it. When I played Fire Emblem Fates, I gave the Yaoi fan Fujo a sword named Yaoi on Slice. Talking about Nina, I assume. And yeah, that's a fitting name. You'd say either is correct? Okay. I was gonna say, I thought it was either, but I wasn't sure if I was just confusing with Ike's Great Either Final Smash move. Because he always goes like either in like a grunt whenever he uses that move. If you watch Yuri on Ice and lament lack of Yuri, is it queerbaiting? No, it's target audience problems. Gay men are just as valid as gay women shows. God damn it. Had a wrong way power slide, it just threw me off. Start drifting! Ah! I swear this track gives me more trouble than Rainbow Road does sometimes. Yeah, thanks, Scenario, I'm aware. Why did you end there? 59 seconds, gross. Actually, I probably shouldn't have used that. Not used having a muscle rim on this track. And I missed. Now down at Jungle was brutal as a kid. It's still brutal. It's better than your laps. Now down at Jungle is brutal at the hero/titan level too. I do not know what that means because I only do Grand Prix. I don't do the time trial thing. Time trial's not really my scene. I know there's different names for the levels, though. I know there's like Hero, Titan, God. Probably a few others, I don't know. 230. Gross. Lost 15 seconds on that first lap. Ew. I mean, yeah, Dino Jungle is in Mario Kart World as well. I've only played it a few times, though. Canadians talking about Dino Jungle in the time trial scene. Because they use a ranking system for time trials that separates how good you are to track into separate levels. Like I said, though, I'm more so a Grand Prix racer versus a time trials individual level grinder. I was trying to drift game. Time trials with Snaking City. Yeah. I prefer running Grand Prix because it focuses a lot more on how well you can improv and adapt your skills on the fly. Good with Isle, suck with full game. Everyone has their specialties. And my specialty is falling off of Dino Jungle, apparently. A lot of times with people who have trouble doing longer runs. Really? Really? Of all the places. Anyways. A lot of times when people have trouble putting together longer runs, I find it's because they're too much of a perfectionist, and they refuse to submit a run unless it's really, really good. And it's like, the failures are part of learning the run. Dino Jungle is no joy to anyone? Anyone except Baseball Kid. Alright, sing along with Baby Park, y'all. Mistake equals reset? Yeah, see, that's the mindset that makes it so people can't do longer runs. Thank you for the free star, whoever that was. I think Yoshi and Berta threw an egg backwards. Can I stop getting hit the moment stars run out? It happened on Dino as well. Alright, do it again. Hit me again. Thank you for not doing it that time. Alright. I salvaged that okay-ish. I hit once or twice, but I got 2 stars, so it's hard to say that was a bad run. Very good place to get a mushroom. Thank you, game. I forget which shortcut's the best on this one, because there's a lot of corner cuts you can do with a good mushroom in this track. But I'm glad I used it before the lightning. That's why I wanted to use it lap 1. Otherwise I would have saved it for maybe here. So I feel like that's the other good option. Get very nervous power sliding between those pokies sometimes. Alright, not bad. The lightning ruined any chance of that track being a sub 2 minute, but a good mushroom spot really helped. Also, earlier I just saw the message saying Bristol. Excuse me, Baby Park is clearly Martinsville. It's paperclip shaped and everything. Dry Desert is your favorite? Yeah, Dry Desert is definitely a fun course to do in Double Dash. It's a lot more fun than it is in 8. Dry Desert in Mario Kart 8 is so much worse. And I will never stop being upset about that. I think I hear a red shell coming. I can hear it sometimes coming around the other hairpins before it reaches me. Got a cough. Not bad angle there. Ah, I was trying to cut it to the inside of that giant banana. There we go. Only got hit once. Not bad. That giant banana was in a rough spot. This is probably as good a time to ask as any. What is all y'all's favorite and least favorite track from this game, or just Mario Kart in general? I want to hear the variety. It doesn't have to be from Double Dash exclusively, but you can if you want. Here comes the tie. Can I stop going in this grass? I did that last lap too. The spooky N64 one. The N64 spooky track would be Banshee Boardwalk. And the SNES spooky track would be Ghost Valley. Although there are 3 of those. Baby Park's your favorite? Fair enough. I was mashing game. Stupid freaking controller. Gonna adjust my headphones for 1 second. Can you not do that, game? Love Baby Park, your least favorite is Mushroom Bridge. That's fair, I guess. I personally think the Mushroom Bridge and Mushroom City tracks are some of the more fun ones to do on the lower CCs than 100%. But that's just because you can optimize the Mushroom cars. It gives you something to do even when the CPUs aren't really doing much. Ah, missed it. Frick. I do understand why people dislike these tracks, though, sometimes. Mushroom Bridge was also one of those tracks that just got butchered in Mario Kart's DS. Yeah, that mushroom got taken. It was in the perfect spot. Not surprising. Extra mushroom there. I'll take it. Extra mushroom there. Not bad, not bad. Do people ever use the bridge boost? People go on the bridge for the time trial world record if you use the ultra shortcut. There's an ultra shortcut that requires going on that bridge. In Grand Prix and actual gameplay, no. You never want to be on the bridge. It's kind of like a lot of side routes in Mario Kart World, where it's clearly slower if you compare them. But the advantage is just you're avoiding getting hit by items because you're not down in the chaos. That being said, it's not as worth it when there's only 8 drivers. I put an item down. Great. You know, Waluigi Stadium is just one of those tracks where the CPUs just love getting in my way. Alrighty. Pretty clean in and out there. Bowser shell's going off over there. Luckily it broke. Not too bad, aside from a few item hits. Four tracks left, and then we're on to the actual speed people care about, 150. I would be capable of speedrunning this game series because you'd be focused on messing with the CPUs. Gosh dang it. My Goomba aim was terrible that lap. Try again. But yeah, no, that's valid. If you have ways that you find makes the game more fun, then do what makes you have fun in the game. I ain't gonna shame that. Can I hit a Goomba, please? I said a Goomba. Get out of here. Stupid freaking fake item box. I power sleep it. Yes, dang it! Can I please aim to save my life? Also, they deserve it. They know what they did with all those red carapaces. You know, that Mario circuit was garbage for me. Blip. No mushrooms from the Goombas gotten. Hitting yourself multiple times. Blip. Also, I like how we've gotten all the Flower Cup tracks out of order, but in a row. I just found that funny. Get out of here, you stupid fib. Barely we threw that triple banana split. Alright. 2 tracks left. I think the other one we had left is Mushroom City. Correct. Woo! Dang it! Can you hit these ground mushrooms, Ozo? That's like the 3rd or 4th one you've missed in a row. Oh my god. Burr, 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 burr. Not what I was trying to do, and I'm not even sure where that mushroom went. Mushroom is still there. Let's go. Finally got one. Only because it didn't disappear. Did the mushroom fall backwards? I got it, I guess. Another free mushroom, thank you. Bus is in a bad spot, stay on the inside, stay around it. I was hoping you would swerve. No, I drifted left. Dang it. No, you were doing too good, Ozo. We can't have you finish the race on a high note. Bomb car to fall off. Hey, Hazel. A little over 3 hours into my 5.5 hour run. How you doing? Up, up. Up. Get out of here, you stupid fake iron box. Up, up. Gosh dang it. It's so hard to, like, back the red shell on this track. Up, up, up. Up. Purple. It says Plants vs. Zombies is supposed to be on right now. No, that was like last night. Plants vs. Zombies was like 12 hours ago or something. I remember because I had my stream lurking. I've been lurking on the really, really longathon for most of the month just to boost their numbers. I know the song you're talking about, College Student. I don't really listen to that song much, but I know what you're referring to. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll take a shock dodge, thank you, game. I'll take a ground mushroom, even if it doesn't really do much in that location. Hold up once you reach the top of your cannon. I always remember to hold up earlier, I just forget to do it when I'm at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I always remember to do that for DK, but I always forget to do it for Rainbow Road. Thanks for the reminder, Andy. He gets his drunk half the time. Sounds about right. You know, that does help a lot. I didn't even think about that one. Alright. Another day, another credit skip. On to 150. Otherwise known as what most people care about when it comes to these runs. Block that. Still minus 20. Ow. I did awful on some of those tracks, I felt. Especially Dino Jungle and Mushroom City that round. Free mushroom. And went straight into a banana. God damn it. Blocked. Straight into a ground shell. Straight into another grounded shell. Ah. Welcome back, 150cc. Take that mushroom at least. And a lightning for good measure. Lost about 5 seconds on that last lap because it kept being hit by green shells and the lightning. Yeah, no worries, Frosty. Have a good day. Thanks for sticking around for a bit. Ow. Got it. There's the triples for protection. Alright, other than the wake-up hit, that wasn't too bad. And whatever the heck I did in the grass there at the end. Pretty good by my standards, I guess. Now on to Baby Park. 150 Baby Park. Where dreams go to die. Missing the first item set is a great sign. And the second one. Ow. Ow. And I stopped getting shit thrown at me. Jeez Louise. Alright, there's some mushrooms there if I can still see them next lap. They are not there. Yeah. So many green shells. Good lord. Thank you for the ground trim. Not bad for Baby Park time, just a lot of little hits. Felt like. That being said, 117 is a pretty good time by my standards on this track. Alright. Gotta be careful around that tornado. Got it. Dodge that. Gotcha. Barely dodged that hit. Stay inside of that tornado. That was probably one of my cleanest dry deserts. Woo! $147. Hell yeah. $558. Alrighty then. Alright, we'll do Flower Cup and then we're going straight to All Cup Tour again, because we've already done Star Cup for the Barrel Train and Special Cup for All Cup Tour in the first place. I am missing everything. But so are the items missing me. An acceptable compromise. Got it. Had to abandon actually going for that mushroom because of the banana, but got it. If it stays on the track next lap. Not really worth getting that mushroom, it goes too far out of the way. Bananas everywhere. I will take not hitting any bananas, even if I miss the mushroom. God dang it. Got greedy. Had to get greedy. That was almost so clean. Speaking of mushrooms, let's do better than last time, please, Ozo. 100 All Cup Tour, I didn't get anything from these Goombas. Thanks, Toad. Well, I don't have protection because I missed that item set. Thanks, Ozo. Very sloppy, very sloppy. Missed and got one. You will not have mushrooms, the game says. Or will I? Ah, missed that one. Not great. Could have been a lot better, but I'll take what I can get, I guess. Got the All Cup Tour to try again. Wrong way! I put the banana down behind me, game. There we go. And I missed the mushroom. I dodged a shock at least, but like, come on, is it? Get these lines working. And now I'm out of sync with the tables. Great. Free mushroom here. Free star here. Got the free mushroom here this time. Two lightnings in a race there. What a scuffed race. Yeah, that second lap was ferocious. Daisy Cruiser is fine for me. I definitely like it more than I am good at it. Waluigi Stadium is just a mess for me to run sometimes. Blocked. Gosh, dang it. I was power sliding game. No! This track, oh my god. And I botched that turn. And I didn't get the drift off. So many races on this track just go wrong for me. Like, don't get me wrong, I love this track casually, but this track probably is my least favorite competitively. For like speedruns and stuff. I put the item down. Oh my god. Big item box too, almost got me. And there's lightning. And there's a red shell after the lightning. And the drift died. Great. Sure. End the race like that, I guess. Ah. I feel like I messed up every race in that cup. Somewhere. Alrighty, on to All Cup Tour. After this, we have 5 more cups to go. All the mirror mode cups. Just the first item, an ominous sign. It's the second item. Even better sign. Finally got one. And I missed 2 of them. You know, that's a great omen. That probably wasn't worth it. I thought it was closer. And banana hit. For all the mistakes I made, I only lost a couple seconds on that. On lap 2. More coughing means another time for another drink of water. I feel like I keep getting this track second in the All Cup Tour. Well, I'm not dodging there, thanks game. And the 1-2 punch. Red Shell fails those jumps, thankfully. Dodge that one just with L-Tech. Let's go. Try putting banana down, it did not work. Really want to dodge at least one blue shell this run. Game is not having it right. Not a terrible time considering how many times I got hit, but could have been better. Yeah, no, I dodged a lot the practice round, but I haven't done... I drifted right! Maybe I need to focus on getting the basics down, because clearly I'm not doing that well either. Not trusting this game won't throw another lightning at me. Why I'm getting that mushroom out now. Can I get these drifts off? And stalling out sometimes. Alrighty. Two, 5. Would have been a lot better if I didn't screw up lap 1, but I'll take what I can get. Alrighty. Cycle time. Thanks for the good luck, Avocado. Blocked. Landed. Ah, come on. Didn't even give me the hover chance. Dodged it! And then get hit by a fake item box, because nothing can go well for too long. Alright, cycle's a lot better here. Alright, that wasn't too bad for a track. Just had the blue shell and the weird angle on the fireball on lap 2. I think I handled that one okay. I feel like this track's always the one where I get, like, beginning sniped. Just because of the, like, opening corner, I guess. How that missed you? Oh, of course you take it. Freaking. Yeah, you take that blue shell. How you like it? Missed the mushroom car that time. Thank you, Avocado, for the $5 donation to the Open Medicine Foundation Canada. Your donation is very appreciated. Free star, thank you. A shock dodge from the star, let's go. Stay in the middle, I don't trust. Okay. Solid ending, just a terrible lap one. Be anonymous. Yeah, I'm not sure how the donation mechanics work. You'd have to ask the mods. I just thank whoever I see. Not getting me easily that time. In Rich Hill. Twitch itself doesn't do anonymous donations, so it's the method. Locked. And wrong way power slide. Cool. And missed item. Cooler. I didn't even get the star from that. What a terrible egg location. I'll take that star instead. Not bad outside of hitting the Freezy Lap one. And the egg contents. I'll take what I can get. Dodge that instant red shell attempt. Focused on dodging that. Going out my way for this mushroom. You know what? That might be the cleanest baby park I've had on 150. I'll take it. I will take it. 114.9. Woo! Only getting hit by the lap 7 lightning. Yeah, get sucked up into the tornado, idiot. And give me no time to react to a blue shell, thanks. Nope. And nope. Yeah, one of the few downsides of going in this light sand is I am not dodging anything when I'm in there. Blue shells or red shells. At least not with a power slide. Completely whipped that power slide. So this is where my good luck for last race came in. From here. Understood. Is that the 4th blue shell this race? You know, sometimes you'll just get a race like this. And you just simply have to survive as best as you can. 208. Ew! Ew! Disgusting. Yeah, no, that's Mario Kart for you. Just gotta adapt the best I can. Duo to start. Let's go. Missed the item box. Let's not go. And a banana. I am not getting any mushrooms this lap. Or am I? Thanks, CPUs. Nice! That was probably my best Mario circuit. Didn't get hit a single time, got 5 mushrooms, and dodged a blue shell. Let's go! Red shell hit something. Thank you, whoever that was. Oh, there are mushrooms there. Ah, dang it. No mushrooms left. There. Sorry, had a sneeze there. Again, we're getting all these flower cup tracks in a row. I don't know why. Ow. Ah, can't quite chain it there. Look at that one, though. Ah, I went too far outside. The drift didn't start. Got it. And I missed that shrimp. Oh well. A lot messier than my last run of this track, but I didn't screw up at the end on my own fault, so I'll take it. Because last time I got to that final mushroom car, hit myself with the rebound of the green shell. Yeah, the 4 flower cup tracks in a row again. And wrong way drift completely messed up that beginning section. I'll take the red shell dodge. I didn't even know red shell was approaching because that chain chomp was in the rear view. Ow. I threw one back, it just didn't hit. Luckily, the red shell cannot make that jump. Blocked. I hear that, and I can't do anything about that. At least the red shell didn't hit. Unlike me in that fence. Aw, I jumped over that, you sucker. Blocked. Dodged! Not getting me again. Reminder everyone, this mini turbo to dodge the blue shells are literally frame perfect. I'm very happy with getting 2 in a short time frame there. Woo. Between here and Mario Circuit, I had one. Watch the shell stop in its tracks under you. Nice. Yeah, no, the blue shell dodges in this game are probably like the most hyped thing in all of Mario Kart, in my opinion. Because it's not item dependent or anything. I was worried that was for me. It was for worry. Yeah, a bit too close to the cat quack for my liking there. That being said, that race was clean. Hell yeah. That 120 on that track is always great. Usually that's my goal. But you're only getting that if you don't get hit by anything. Alright, DK Mountain. I think we still have Dino Jungle. And then Rainbow Ring. Reminder, after this, we have all the Mirror Mode Cups to do. We're not quite out of the woods yet. Oh, weird angle there. I don't power slide, well, I don't mini turbo off those hairpins because it just sends me in weirder directions that lead to worse angles. You tried to do mirror mode after having not done it in 16 years and it messed with you so bad? Yeah, that's what it does. It messes with your muscle memory. If it messes with you, it's doing its job. There are only a few places where it can mess with me. It does still happen rarely. I'm pretty used to it by now. I've played enough of this game. Not bad, not bad. Very clean race. Which, you always take a clean race if you're doing a run in this game. And is it Dino Dino? I was correct. Alright. Well, I dodged the first red shell, even though I completely missed my attempt to block it with green shell. Let's not do what you did last time you were on this track, Ozo. Where you just completely had one of the worst laps of your life. Too late on that dodge. Yeah, not done. Not dodging much there, am I? Oh, come on. Freaking Diddy Kong. Ow. You know, here's the scuff. Let's try and break away from the pack. It's much better lap 2. And completely didn't see the red shell there. I was focused on bananas. And lightning. Knocked second place off the track, so that's funny. Alright. Not a bad recovery. That first lap was atrocious, and we got a lightning on lap 3. I didn't make any mistakes on my end, so it could have been worse. Alright. Imara. Great start. Why would you throw the red shell backwards? What did you gain from that? Hello there, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry, I can't quite pronounce your name, but it's appreciated. Hope you enjoyed the stream, if you decide to stick around. Oh, come on. Lost 3 seconds on lap 1 and started with collision in lap 2. Thanks, game. Try and weave around this thing. Well, I didn't get hit by the red, I guess. And I'll take it happening there instead of happening on the spiral. Still scuffed, but we'll take it. Dodge the blue, and the cannon eats the red. 2, 3. Gonna say the translation is nice. Free mushroom down here. Oh, come on! Dodge the red, get out of my way. 1, 2, 3. Can't really dodge a blue there. Yeah, no, this race is pretty scuffed. I think I did the best with what I had, though. Oh, come on. Yeah, no, a good lap on that track is like a minute 5, minute 6 for me. There was a lot of room for improvement there, but we just got hit by everything. Everything except the one blue I dodged. The time on that was 32:06. That's actually a PB for me in the Malka Tour category, so that's cool. My previous best was like 32:10. Alright, 1 CC left, y'all. On to mirror mode. Yep, just mirror left. Hey, Scenario. Not really sure how to pronounce that name. But yeah, just the mirror cups left. I will take not getting hit with that blue shell. The fire is definitely preferred. Ow. Alrighty. Lightning. Mushrooms drop, thank you. And we'll take that, I guess. Got hit a couple times, but pretty clean race for Luigi Circuit standards. Blocked. Egg broken. Sounds like one of them was a bomb. free mushrooms. I'll take them. I missed the other ones, but... Another 119 on the Peach Beach. Let's go! Whew. On to Baby Park. This is not going to be clean. God dang it. Alright, so it's one of those races. Got it. Alright, now let's try to keep it relatively safe up here. Oh no, I knew it was coming with Baby Park. Ow. Take the mushy. Didn't dodge the blue. That's that one! Woo! What a mess. Did it though? To the track that ends friendships. Dang it, wrong side. Yeah, there's the mirror mode screwing me over with my memory. Too late on the power sled there. Too early on that one. Nope, not chancing that again. Alright, it's not as bad as my last Dry Desert, but not great either. Ah. Alright. 4 cups to go. Got the hit. Go. And I should have expected that. And out of sync for that mushroom. Trying to power slick it. Barely dodged that one coming like a missile. Too early on that one, it changed its trajectory to follow me. Got the mushroom that time. You know, that mushroom got eaten up by the middle. And yeah, that was a pretty rough mushroom bridge. Between hitting myself with the shell and getting hit by the spiny. Leaving out of sync for the mushrooms I wanted to get. Wasn't a train wreck, just wasn't good. Alright, Goomba hunting. How are we gonna do it today? We are going to hit ourselves, apparently. And miss the Goomba. Great job, Ezra. Great job. And then miss the item box. One of these races, eh? Dodge the blue shell. So at least I got that going for me. No green shells, though. Oh, come on, game. Ah. Ew. Yeah, that race was scuffed. Oh my god. I didn't get a single mushroom from the Goombas there because I was too focused trying not to get run over. Thanks for that, game. Get out of my way, you two. Yeah, no, the items can play pretty rough at times. And... What do you mean I dodged it while I was small? I've never done that before. I didn't know you could do it while you're small. What the hell? I'll freaking take it. Yeah, I have no idea, Hazel. Woo! Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Alright, I put something behind me and I was waiting like, did it hit, did it not? And then it just darted at me. I'm like, guess it didn't hit. Wrong way! Thank you for the clipped soft. I guess I lost all momentum there anyway, so thanks, friendship. Excuse me, the game's angry. The game is very angry I dodged while I was small. Sure. Let's finish the race. Good God. Yeah, no, this game doesn't have these pesky cooldowns you talk about in Mario Kart Wii and 8. It will hit you whenever it freaking wants. And a scuffed ending is what we'll get. Frickin' Waluigi Stadium, man. Alright. We are skipping Star Cup. For reasons of PD Piranha and King Boo are very annoying to deal with their special items being that they can get any special items. We saved them for last. Alrighty. Kinda nice that I could... Never mind. I was gonna say it was nice how I shrunk and still slid along the wall. And then I was like, nope, double red shell. Yes, I was focused on getting rid of that red shell. Because the banana didn't work for some reason. Block that red. And... yeah. Alright. Not bad considering what was thrown at me that race. I'll take it. And jungle. These bridges on mirror mode really screw me over sometimes. Oh, I was prepared for that, you prick. The frickin' jumps. Something hit that red shell, I'll take it. Neither of my neither of my blocking actually worked there. And lightning. Take this moment to grab 2 items to make sure I'm actually protected from stuff. The game would be so kind to let the blocks actually connect. Not risking the mushrooms there. That's just a fall off waiting to happen. That one actually blocked. Alright. Bit messy, but we got it. Take that. I was really expecting to get hit by the fireball, but apparently There were other plans for me there. The burden of heavyweights. Thanks, game. Made it! Get out of the way, you two. What a mess of a lap one. Now the cycles are all out of whack. Dodged. Blocked. Ow. Right. Ow. Yeah, not dodging on those stairs. Not making that jump. Screw you, Red Shell. Over 3 minutes. Gross. Lost 10 seconds on that first lap alone. Can we at least get a clean Rainbow Road? We will not, but I can dream. Hey, Coco. I like the sparks of the mini turbo. Yeah, no, the mini turbos are really important. Dodge to blue shell. Let's go. Anyways, the mini turbos line up from yellow to orange to blue, and only blue will give you a spark in this game, so you gotta build them up a lot. Especially since it is not like modern games and it's based on you flicking the stick. Completely whipped on those, but I dodged the red shell, which is important, because that could have knocked me off the track. There was a star there, but it was a bit too far out of the way to be worth getting. That's a race to see who flicks their sticks faster. I wouldn't phrase it like that. There's some places where it's just not good to mini turbo. But yeah, being able to do it quickly and efficiently definitely helps. Ow. Gosh dang it! I drifted the other way. I was doing so good too. And can't really dodge a blue shell there. Got a free mushroom there at least, and fake unbox afterwards. Yeah, that last lap sucked. Alright, 2 more cups left, y'all. One of them is All Cup Tour, which is long as heck, and the other one is the Star Cup. Credit skip number 7 out of 8. Final All Cup Tour! It begins. 20 races to go. Can I get out of the sand? Got him. Too early on that dodge. Ow. Ow. Got him. And stay back. Good God. Trying to switch to get my item, didn't work. Up. 136. Messy. Mostly his lap 2, but just messy. Stay safe here. Take a free start here. Kind of botched the lines because of the start, but it was still faster and, more importantly, dodged the red. I hear you. Can't do shit when I'm in the air. Yeah, lap 3 had some items to deal with there, but overall that was pretty clean for Waluigi Stadium on my end. Be gone with you until the next time I run this game. Yeah, reminder, this is gonna be the last time y'all see some of these tracks. Baby Park, Luigi Circuit, Waluigi Stadium. Say goodbye to them as we say hello to them again. I'll take a free star. Ow. Up and stay out of that thing's way. That was not the case. Yeah, I guess I did word it a bit awkwardly. Alright, only one chain chomp hit. Much better than the last time I was on Baby Park there. I'll take a mushroom in the back pocket. Got it. Touch you. Touch the bus. Very clean, very clean. 149. Not even a red shell my direction that race. That will not continue. Get a scuff start there. Got a mushroom though. That's promising. Dodge that banana. Get the L-Tech. Here it shall coming. Unless it was targeted for one of the others up there. Wasn't quite able to utilize it because I hit the banana first. Still, that was a pretty clean Wario Coliseum, I guess. I'll take it over what I've been dealing with in these races. Alright, Dry Desert. This track was kind of a mess last time I was on here because I messed up the tornado direction. I do have a mushroom again, though. Sure, we'll take that. Messed up the angle in, but I still got a decent lap time because of that. Other side for it that time. And then I went wrong way on that. And now I'm just sliding all over the place. Free mushroom, though. I'll take that. Got it. And missed the mushroom. God dang it. Alright, that was still pretty clean. Hit a few pokies, but didn't have any major mistakes. 4 items hit me, at least. Final time on this dang jungle track. Ouch! That egg scared the heck out of me. Woo! I was like, yes, it broke before reaching me, and I saw the bomb. I'm like, oh no! Alright, lightning there. Keep an eye out for any dropped item next lap, I guess. There was a mushroom, it was just in a bad spot there. Two lightnings. Yeah, Blue Shell was like, you're not getting a chance to dodge it this time. Alright, 2 shocks and a blue, but nothing really for a mistake on my end. So I'll take that, I guess. Alright. Got the tools for Goomba sniping. Got 2 of them, but I missed the blue shell dodge when I had the chance. Bleh. Wrong way. And I missed. Ow. And I didn't even get the mushroom. Just dang it. Okay. Thanks, game. At least let me feel like I have a chance to dodge. And that's the 3rd blue. And I don't get any shells for the final stretch. Saved it. That being said, that was A terrible race. Had barely chances to even hit the Goombas there. And barely even managed to stay ahead. That's for last race. And you can suffer too. Okay, I'll take the dodge, even if I missed both block attempts. Yeah, some races they're just right on your tail in the harder difficulties, and some races it's just like this. It's like, thanks, I guess. Alrighty. Probably should have power slid there at the end. Probably lost like half a second on that because I was just instinctually power sliding. I'll happily take this mushroom up to first place, even if it would serve me better on lower CCs for the tide cycles. There's a star over there. Okay, try to remember that next lap. Ended up kind of canceling out my mushroom benefit, but like, free star is a free star. Especially when it has a chance to protect you from a shock or a blue shell. But yeah, I probably should have used that mushroom sooner. Oh well, hindsight's 2020. Blocked! What? Had to get a bit out of the way because that banana split. I was worried I'd boost into the void there. Alright, Power Slide didn't let go there. I was doing so well there too. And then I missed the mushrooms. Shame, that had a chance to be like my first sub-2 time on this track in Grand Prix. Maybe. I don't know. Either way, that was still a really good run. I just screwed up at the end there a bit. Not as bad as the DK Mountain Fence, but not great. Okay, shoot me up in the air for some reason. Thanks. Oh, that was a mean trap. Gosh, dang it. Still a pretty decent time there, but man, really shouldn't hit that. Alright, y'all. 8 races left. 4 in this cup, and then the Star Cup. Kind of mesmerizing to watch. Thanks for the compliment. Yeah, there's some tracks where I just get into kind of a zen mode, unless I'm getting hit by items. Yoshi Circuit and Sherbet Land are probably my 2 best tracks for that experience from me. But yeah, it's just a lot of time practicing this game. Ah. Can you leave me alone, CPUs? You know, the game's decided it's been too nice to me. Ah. 57. Gross. That's like a 13-second loss from that lap. Oh my god. Where I have one DK mountain like this every run. Can't really speed up on that bridge. Getting a banana in fourth, great. Alright! We survived again. Gross. That was frickin' Mario Circuit all over again. You're fine, Stay. You're fine, Potato. Yeah, listen, it's Mario Kart. It's gonna happen to me sooner or later. Yeah, no, I've had some pretty close calls this time. Ow! I was hoping the mushroom boost would last! Get that. And boost. Alright. That was okay, I guess. Didn't really have much luck with optimizing, but I didn't really get hit by much either. 6 races left. Alright, let's not do what happened last time we were on this track. Because last time was when I got bumped off this freaking pit. Can you drift, please? Stupid fib. Can I stop getting these? I can make it. Made it. That was a bit closer than I would like. Free mushroom. Dodge the swamps. Dodge the potaboos. Squeeze in between those bananas. We're gonna be good on the cycle here, even if that banana ambushes me. Oh no. Alright, well we didn't get hit over the pit at least. 247. Could have been like a 245 or something, but that's still probably my cleanest Bowser Castle of the day. I'll take it. Alright, everybody, for the final time, it's Rainbow Road. Sing along if you know the song. Didn't mean to use that item, I was planning on switching. Stay out, screw him over a bit. We have one more cup after this. We have the Mirror Mode Star Cup. So we are near the end, but not quite there yet. Catch that banana. All that fake item box couldn't do crap to avoid it. Almost fell off there. I started panicking a bit. In a way, I'm almost grateful for the lightning for preventing me from screwing it up more. And what the heck was that? What the heck was that red shell doing? Got a bit too bouncy. Yep. Landed a bit too early there. Dang it. $109. Could have been a lot worse. Hey Jimbo, you're here just in time for the end of the run. We got one more cup left after this. Almost hit that star. Wouldn't have done anything, but it would have made me feel better. And one cup to go. My 150cc all cup tour was 32 minutes and 6 seconds. How long will this one have been? I feel like it's going to be longer because I had a few really bad races. This one was 31:54. That's a new best for me by like 8 seconds on that cup. Woo! And final credit skip. Final cup, y'all. When we cross the finish line on DK Mountain, that will be time. We still have about 9 or so minutes before we hit that. 9 to 10 minutes. Blocked. Andy, why'd you tell me? You got the pressure on now. The drift didn't start. Why is Star Cup last? Because you unlock PD Piranha and King Boo from that cup, and they can have any special item, which makes them really annoying as rivals. Because they can throw triple red shells at you, and that's more projectiles to hit you. We don't want that. You know, it's a fair question. Minute 30 on that one. Yeah, and they're almost always in second on 150cc in mirror mode because they're both heavyweights. And your rivals are always heavyweights in 150 and mirror. King Boo's cool when he's not in my speedrun. King Boo needs to go back to screwing everyone over with RNG and Mario Sunshine. I got another mushroom, let's go. Well, I didn't get hit by the red shell, I guess. Well, I think that green shell should have blocked it, but okay. Then I knocked him off, let's go. They fell off the track from that. Well, now Wario has a reason to hate me. Blocked. Didn't even realize there'd be mushrooms up there. Gosh dang it. Oh well, that was still a decent time for getting shocked in lap 1. Shocked and fake item boxed. Yeah, I forget if my final cup in my PB was a good one or not. I feel like it wasn't, but I don't remember. Freaking fake item boxes, get out of my sight. That did not mean get another one. Reminder, we have only 2 races left, including this one. We're getting near the end. I'm mainly saying that in case any staff is listening, so they can tell the next person to get ready if they need to. Wrong way, power slide! Frickin' frick. Why did it have to happen there? Okay, sorry, just want to make sure. Alright, 206. Not as good as my last time on that track, mostly because I fell off. But okay. More annoyed that was my own fault. Alright, final track. Time will stop when we cross the finish line. First obstacle dodged. Okay, well, thank you. For what it's worth, thank you everyone who's been here today. And everyone who's been showing up for the whole marathon. You're all really appreciated, and I'll admit I have been a bit nervous. But thank you all for being here. Ow. How'd that hit me? I dodged it already. Yep. There's the lightning. If only that was 5 seconds later, I could have been in the cannon. But yeah, I just want to thank y'all for putting up with me. I'm not so used to talking to a really large crowd. Right now, there's more viewers than I've ever seen on pretty much anywhere, honestly. Those 2 red shells were like back to back. Wouldn't be a double dash stream without one more scuffed race, I guess. Oh yeah, I definitely agree. It's always nice to see the GameCube tiles represented, or just older stuff in general. I know there's a certain appeal to seeing the new hotness get run, or like just the big releases of the year. But there's something for seeing like those cult classics or like those older games that everyone has like nostalgia for. The fence almost got me again. Alright. And time! Alrighty. Woo! Running this game is always so up and down when it comes to this sort of thing. So it's always hard to tell like how close I am to doing like better or worse than my previous best. There's King Boo and P Piranha. And just to verify I've done every cup, y'all can see 50cc, 100cc, 150 in mirror for mushroom, flower, star, and special. Woo! That's a PB by about 26 seconds, I think it was. That last race was definitely messy. But we pulled through. Was it a minute? I thought it was less. Anyways, thank you all for having me here. This has been Ozzy Cried, she, her pronouns, voicing Pingsu, she, her pronouns as well. Yeah, no rush, but let me know when you're ready to transition, I'll take you off. I will say thank you all for having me on. Thank you for raising so much money for Open Medicine Foundation Canada. Y'all have done amazing. The original goal, remember, was only 3,000, and y'all have broken that goal twice. First the 3,000 goal, and then the 5,000 goal. And if you want to see me personally stream, I try to stream 5 times a week on Twitch at OzoCrit11. And I also have a Blue Sky and Discord server connected to that. So, follow me if you want, and if not, thanks for having me here, and thanks for watching. Y'all can take me off the air anytime.